Are you from the organization?
Non, c'est italien.
Ah, c'est italien. Okay.
Audio test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. FEI Dressage European Championships for children, junior and pony riders from Le Mans. The juniors getting underway at 10 a.m. this morning. Juniors giving us 2 full days of competition with DSP first class and Victoria Braunmühl will be our first down the centre line here for our jury in just a few moments time, just coming up to 15 minutes to the start of sport. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
bien cette étoile d'araignée là. Dans le jour, ça me va. Ça va flotter. Hein.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the juniors. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good morning and welcome to Le Mans for the what is in the main the FEI Pony European Championships, bringing together those disciplines of dressage, eventing and jumping, but also here at Le Mans, proud to host the European Championships for children on horses and juniors. And it is the junior arena for the team test that takes our focus over the next 2 days. First horse and rider down the centre line at 10 p.m. here this morning in Le Mans, where it is quite a grey start to the day, although pretty warm with about 18 degrees on the thermometer. 8 teams overall, but a huge number of competitors, with 61 going to come forward to our jury over the next 2 days of sport here in Le Mans. So Victoria von Braunmühl and DSP First Class going to be our first on this centre line. Say a combination that have scored in excess of 70% in this test in the past. It is the juniors are starting with their team test. This half 10 metre circle here. And then back to the track, which then sets them up. Yeah, it's nicely written in a way. It evolves there from the 10 metre circle, shoulder in, half 10 metre circle to half pass. Slightly resting on one of those hinds, ready for the halt and rein back. We have some similar movements in eventing in the halt and rein back. We talk a lot about how the fact that those movements are separated in terms of where the marks out of 10 come. Here, when we're talking about real dressage, even for our junior riders, the under 18s, it's all in one. So anything that they do end up going a little bit awry for them, it all comes into that one single mark. So 8 full teams in the juniors, but we do start our day with team riders as well. DSP First Class and Victoria Braunmühl, the first of the juniors for Germany. So after the half pirouettes, we get this evolution again in the trot. Conclude here with the half pass back to the sideboards. Victoria getting her selection for the German team here for Le Mans. An incredible performance, sweeping the boards at Hagen earlier on this summer, winning the junior team, the individual and the freestyle at Hagen, and this a horse that's formerly been to championships for Germany at Pilis-Jasfelau in Hungary back in 2020 for the young riders with Leah Welschow. And although they don't have a lot of form together, you know, that 70% just over at Hagen is their only competition prior to the championships. They're staying right about there. And that means that Germany could be off to a very, very strong start here. And typically, we would expect the scores to be getting a little bit stronger rotation by rotation amongst the team riders. But amongst the first team riders, I think 70% is going to look very, very positive for Germany. Just going to push forward here into an extended canter. And here, the way the test is set up is they have got that separate mark for transitions at the beginning and the end of the extended canter, so the judges can reward them for really riding for it, even if that does maybe turn into a break in pace when they do ride the extended. Well, as ever at these youth championships, super support, and we see that in the background there for our first to go here this morning. DSP First Class, Victoria Braun-Manuel for Germany. And provisional score in of 70.576 across our 5 judges. Suzanne Barup, who we know very well from the top level from Denmark, is our judge at C. Knut Dansberg is our judge at H from Germany. Sven Gunther Rottenberger at E for the Netherlands. Alice Schwab of Austria is our judge at M. And Alban Tissot is the judge at B, judge from France. So our day often started here in Le Mans. We have, in a moment, our first team rider for Spain. Then a number of individuals. We've got Georgia and Ukraine sending forward individuals in this first rider rotation. And going all the way through then to the Swedish team. Germany, Spain, Austria, Finland, Belgium, the Czech Republic, France, Great Britain, Denmark, Netherlands, Italy, Sweden, all with teams here. Let's say individuals also from Portugal to come in the first rider rotation. We'll see 1 or 2 more individuals. Greece, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Norway, Luxembourg, as we go through the further rider rotations over the next 2 days of sport here in Le Mans. So Spanish-bred De Yecar and Alfonso Ruiz Velasco. Combination we saw at the juniors, actually back in 2023, and the juniors were held in Kronberg, scoring 66% in the tests that 2 seasons ago for this pair. Subsequently scoring up to 68% in this particular team test for junior riders. Alfonso, a graduate of the Children on Horses program as well, which is another of the championships running here at Le Mans this weekend. We saw earlier on how this horse has that very identifiable sort of Spanish way of moving in front, particularly in the trot. You see there he slightly dishes. And that is going to make some of those smaller circles, and when they build up, as tests become more intricate for this horse, that those tighter turns will become a little bit tougher for the horse to show the balance through. A little bit ginger there about the rein back. They do actually only need to show 4 steps. And a nice transition to the walk. The walk comes through very nice and regular and active from that transition. Alfonso working quite hard to just try and get the activity into this extended walk, and as you can see, then as he pushes a little bit, it just makes the horse bring the contact up rather than out and down, which is what they're looking for. And just working here a little bit to get the extended walk back. And actually at this point really should have brought it right down into collected walk. The walk pirouettes are quite interesting because, you know, in that way that there are quite a lot of roads to roam. And of course you've got the lower level movement of turn on the haunches. So when you get up into the walk pirouette, you really are looking for those things that we talk about in the canter pirouettes at Grand Prix level, about, you know, bearing the weight behind, turning around the inside hind leg, and not showing that huge degree of bend in the body. I would say perhaps that the judges would feel that the horse showed a little bit too much bend in the body in the first of those half pirouette lefts. The walk actually does have quite a big influence on the way this test is written, because there's not just the walk section, but actually there's a whole collective mark as well for the collected walk right around the arena, which means that the walk really does sit as quite a big part of how this test is balanced out. And just like the extended canter at the end, that extended trot across the long diagonal has a separate transitions mark. So the canter is actually, it's all quite nice, but what you get is this sense of the horse is, you know, he's quite keen on it all and just becoming a little bit heavy in Alfonso's hand just to get on and really enjoy his canter. And that is just keeping those marks down around 6.5 across our judges. And once again, we've got one of those collective marks for the canter across the whole piece, which comes in for the judges as then the riders go on to this half pass and extended canter. So Alfonso Ruiz Velasco and De Yekar start their week of individual championship contention here at Le Mans, and also get the Spanish team off to its start with us here for the juniors. And 65.091 for Alfonso, so a little bit under the pace for what he had been scoring in the run-up to these championships at home in the Spanish International Series. So into that early individual second position then for Alfonso Ruiz Velasco and De Yekar. Somewhat as expected, our German trailblazer DSP First Class at Victoria von Braunmühl leading the way on just over 70%. And it'll be interesting to see whether anyone in this group is really going to be able to surpass that.
Et voici maintenant la Géorgie qui nous rejoint.
So the bell goes for third contender of the day. It is Georgian individual rider Mariam Grochka and Kwahu, this Trakehner bred by Millennium. Just a little bit lively and bright off the first halt there, and you see again the horse just coming up above the contact and looking out and through the bridle there, just getting to the top of the ring at sea. So a couple of marks back against them here. This is one that will be very much in competition with Alfonso Ruiz Velasquez de Yakar just moments ago in terms of that best score we've seen. Mariam rode this horse pre-championships at the International Juniors in Aradijadi, just outside Paris in June of this year. And actually this horse with a little bit of international form with German team rider Helen Lange-Hahnenberg. Just 9 years old as well as the youngest horse we see so far in the juniors here with us at Le Mans. Just reaches forward, pats the horse down the neck and the shoulder as they transition down, because yeah, again here we've got this little bit of bubbling over in the walk. I have to say the last bit of trot was very, very attractive. It had lovely swing and energy to it. And this is a really difficult one for the judges. I mean, they know exactly what way they would plump on that. But my goodness, you couldn't say that there wasn't activity and overtrack in that extended walk, but it does get to the point where it's so very nearly breaking into a jog step of trot. These half pirouettes as well can be positioned wherever the riders wish, between the center line and the edge. So quite often you do get this sense that they come quite far the first time because they're building up, preparing, and then they don't go quite so far beyond the center line the second time to turn back. Yes, front legs reaching out and grabbing the ground. And actually, I think pretty well replicated behind. It looked overall quite even. Be interesting to see what the judges give again. They also have a transition score that they can give there. You had to wonder almost from the first halt and salute whether, you know, the flying changes were going to come in to be a problem. With just that little bit of attentiveness from the horse, relaxation from the horse. Yeah, fairly good change there. Of course they're there. You wouldn't be taking on a horse from Helen Lange-Hahnenberg and coming to the Junior Championships if you didn't feel that they were there for you, but that is the pressure of the moment, of the occasion. And Mariam Getskaya will look back at those second two changes and see how she can kind of replicate that position, that place in time and space and in mental condition for her and her horse to try and get all four of them the next time they go out. Mariam Getskaya and Kwahu for Georgia completing their test, and as we see, already likely to go into third position here, having somewhat missed their average over the last few tests as a pair. And those flying changes coming in very, very expensive. So 57.515 for third to go here today. Individual rider for Georgia, Mariam Getskaya. Here's our next contender coming to the whiteboards here in the yellow arena. All of the arenas here given their various names because it is such a busy weekend of sport here in Le Mans. There are not only all of the pony Olympic disciplines, so there's the pony dressage, the pony eventing, the pony show jumping, but in addition to that there are the European Championships for children on horses dressage, and this the Junior Dressage Europeans. So representing Ukraine, it is Olesia Volkovetska and G.R. Dorian Gray. Second season for Olesia with this horse. It's been quite the junior horse for several riders in Germany, Lena Hoffler and Leonie Honefelder. Olesia coming here off the back of a junior freestyle win here in France at Deauville. And Olesia, veteran several times over of Europeans, having ridden at the ponies twice at Strégom, here in Le Mans in 2023, and then also at Optlebeek last year. A little bit of a mixed bag of scores in this team test for Olesia and G.R. Dorian Gray. But if anything, this is the day for it all to come together. And as you see there from the ranking, there is that little bit of clear blue sea at the moment between our leader, Victoria von Braunmühl, on 70%, and the next closest Spanish team rider, Alfonso Ruiz Velasco, on 65.0. So if Olesia here can come in and deliver equivalent to her best, or the top end of her average across the few tests that she has ridden, then she could be looking at an early podium place. Just for those of you joining us, the Junior Championships here for riders under 18, and they start riding their team test. The program, of course, will conclude with their freestyle for the individual medals on Sunday. but there is junior and individual competition on Friday and Saturday as well, after these 2 days of team sport, with them riding their individual test. We talk quite a lot in the Grand Prix tests, or the Grand Prix level tests, about movements that have double coefficient as well. And I was just going to point out that this one, where you ride the half 10-meter circle and come to half pass, altogether is a doubled coefficient. So to break and lose some of the quality of that half pass, unfortunately, is going to be very, very expensive for Alicia. There's a little bit of an impact there. As you can see, this was a test that was sitting at 65, nearly 66% quite comfortably. The error, particularly in a movement with the double coefficient coming through, I just see a little bit early behind in that flying change as well. We got a real reference test from trailblazer Victoria von Braunmühl, scoring just over 70%. Just waiting for the last score or so to come in. Let's say behind that transition score, we've got the final score for the centre line and halt. And also, as ever, we have that one general impression mark as well. Out of 10, doubled for harmonious presentation of the rider and horse combination, the rider's position and seat, and discreet and effective influence of the aids. All translating out to a 63% and third place for our Ukrainian individual rider at this stage of the Junior European Championships. So even with the individual riders, the day nicely working out, we will have completed the first rider rotation of our teams. Our 13 teams, I told you a lie earlier on, 13 teams by the lunch break, and we will finish the full second rider rotation by the time we conclude the action today. And of course then a full day tomorrow as well, once again starting at 10 a.m. to conclude the juniors team test here across the championships this weekend. So another quite young horse here in the 9-year-old mare Wiener, owned and ridden by Emilia Brandstatter for Austria. This is Emilia's first and so far only international horse, and they've been riding at the international junior level now for 2 seasons. They're actually one of the busiest competitors in terms of record, picking up wins at Pilis-Jasfelau in May of last year, a win also in the junior individual test at home in Austria at Achliten. And that was just at the beginning of June this year. Scored high 60s in this test, haven't ever quite cracked 70. And you saw there the halt wasn't square. Just looking at that near 4, the left 4, you just saw that the little bit of a shake through it because the horse wasn't bearing the weight on it. It was always conscious that the next thing it was about to be asked to do was to rein back. And as I say, when you look there at the score in the corner of your screen, rein back 5.1, you know, that covers a lot of ground because within that test you have your turn off the boards, you have your halt, you have your rein back, you have your proceed, and you have your next turn, all to be included in that score. So, you know, you can see how, yes, an error in the halt or in the rein back can massively impact the score. But also it's worth considering how long the judges are looking at you just to give that 1 mark out of 10. And I think from the writing of the test, that's quite an interesting moment just there, because I think the horses, they do like to try and anticipate and be helpful, but I think it's also a little bit confusing for them to be in exactly the same area and doing those 2 broadly similar movements in the, you know, halt and rein back, or go through that center line, go beyond it and go to the walk pirouette. And you could see again Emilia's horse just being that little bit conscious crossing the center line, of wondering whether he was just about to be asked to halt. Or she, I should say, of course, in this case, the mare. 7.3 for that half-pass score just coming into the corner of the screen. I've been keeping my eye on that because, again, as we've been remarking, those half-circle to half-passes are double coefficients. That's a really, really valuable score there for Emilia. Nice, quiet look, clean change. Yeah, they just don't quite have the quality that we saw earlier on from DSP First Class of Victoria von Braunmühl. Not scoring badly though at all. Like, we're getting average of 7 on one, average on 6.8 for that most recent. I think a little bit too conservative there with the extended canter to either really get a good extended canter mark or good transitions marks as well, which are considered separately. But again, whenever we start talking about that, you have to go back to the fact that the only person who genuinely knows what their horse is thinking, how they're going, how they would react to really being asked for a big extended canter is Emilia herself. So they have to be conscious of all that. They have to make the split-second decisions about how much they go for each movement. So we're getting a little bit closer to our trailblazers, 67% now, 67.091, and second place so far for Emilia Brandstatter and Wehner. And of course that is also going to be reflected in the team score so far, putting Austria into second in the team competition. What's been quite nice the last few years is, you know, that the Dressage Youth Championships have quite often come together. This is a little bit different to sometimes where we have the children and juniors here together with the ponies, whereas previously the ponies have been their own championships, and then all the other dressage championships, all the way up to U25 sometimes, have been held together. But what it does mean is that there's a huge group of supporters that can come out to support and get behind and really encourage these athletes, because in the main, we have been talking about people here who are making their championship debut, riding in their team coat, riding in their national colours for the first time. That's a huge, huge achievement, and it's wonderful that there are people there to support them and make that feel very, very special for them. Again, what's also nice, I mean, we're sitting here waiting, but that is because there are set start times for each competitors. It also means the stewards are doing a wonderful job just making sure that there's no pressure put on the riders because the arena is empty. They are working strictly towards those start times to allow the president of our jury, Susanne Barup, to be ringing the bell for the next competitor at 10:45. So Jea Patricia Salminen of Finland, and wonderful for Finland to have a team with us here for these junior championships. And a full team of 4 as well. Jea Salminen, the first out for them. Jea Patricia Salminen and Veron Filiz. And again, we're watching these best scores as the riders come into the ring as well. And, you know, seeing a lot of 65, 66, 67. That's not unusual at any level. And, you know, remember, 65% is a very, very respectable score at any of these technical tests. And we are getting up into decent technicality here as well for these junior tests. You know, it's not unheard of for riders once they progress from juniors, the under-18 level, to be in contention for their country's senior teams, their Grand Prix teams, rather than going on perhaps as it would be for busier and more robust dressage nations through the young riders, and perhaps even young riders under 21, and perhaps even the U25 European Championships program. That medium trot diagonal. Remember, we've got the extended trot diagonal coming later on in the test, which also has those separate transition scores. Jea, I have to say, looks tall, but this horse still looks enormous. So I think it's a big, rangy horse that really helps just tell the story of that extended walk a little bit. And does it for a 7.1. And actually she did a real nice job of just sort of raising her hands, lifting the horse into a frame for the rein back earlier on. And that a little bit comes through in the way she's able to deliver these walk pirouettes. Always a struggle, though, for balance across the horse's back, just to be able to really make those movements. You see the horse just taking that one toe-caught step in the second half pirouette. So, yeah, it goes down to a 5.6. Again, you know, there's a lot of times here where they're presenting a really attractive, you know, really class-leading picture as a pair. And what's fascinating, you know, as the European Championships become bigger and bigger, you bring in people who've got, you know, who we haven't seen. From this point of view, I'm just talking about, you know, a lot of the other riders have been competing in France, competing at Hagen, of course, that great big youth show that attracts a lot of the riders that we end up seeing at European Championships. But, you know, this pair's form coming in, you know, at home in Finland, in Norway, in Denmark, in Estonia and in Latvia as well. You know, they're going to be a little bit of a dark horse to some of the other team managers, some of the other team riders. Final flying change and into the half pass. Jea Patricia Salminen and Veron Filiz. trying to set Finland up in a strong position here early on. But again, some of those bigger names of dressage nations still to come in the second group this morning. Sweden, Italy, Netherlands, Denmark, Great Britain, France, the Czech Republic, all still to send out their first team rider. Little bit of a drop down into that final halt there for Gia Patricia Salminen and Veron Feliz. Just does snatch third, 65%. Remember, we already had that 65.091 from Alfonso Ruiz Velasco for Spain. So that not only means that our Finnish rider will take up third place, but so too will the Finnish team at the moment. 65.758. And overall, you know, that's pleasing because it is very much on the money of what they were producing pre-championships at other shows. And what's nice is to be able to come in and deliver on the promise for your team as well. You know, to say to your selectors, your team manager, you know, this is what you selected me off, this was the form I was able to deliver. I've come in and delivered at least that, if not maybe a little bit better at a championship, so you can't really be asked for very much more than that.
Et nous allons maintenant accueillir la Belgique. And now representing Belgium, Charlotte Riding Junior 8. Belgique rejoint aussi Charlotte Riding Junior 8. Âgé de 16 ans, un fils de 100 euros qui est originaire canadien.
So last to go before the break, we'll lead off the challenge for the Belgian team here in Le Mans in the Junior Europeans. This is Junior Hit, no surprise, by Sandro Hit this one, and it is Charlotte Blevy. So again, one who could get that little bit closer to Trailblazer Victoria von Braunmühl. We see there that, you know, 68% has been their best score. And again, to put that a little bit in context, if you watch a lot of Grand Prix dressage, you know, we're talking about much fewer tests, or many fewer tests for these riders. So 68% is not only their best, but it's also very, very likely and achievable here at the championships. This was a former juniors and young horse for Caroline Sophie Vestergaard, also for Belgium. And Charlotte rode this horse in the Children on Horses last year in Opglebeek. There's a lot of them just coming in and resting one of those hind legs as they come in to the halt pre-rein back. Nice walk, and as they come around the corner here, they're setting up to just go past the center line and establish these half pirouettes at the walk. And again, sometimes you just don't quite know whether it's your angle of watching, and this is where, you know, the judges are so well trained and their experience comes through, because that just looked a little bit compressed initially, the first half pass half pirouette I'm going back to, but at the end really looked like positive stepping around from the horse. A nice collection back up at the end of the extended trot. Perhaps a tiny bit of anticipation from the horse there about the upward transition. And just ticks over into second place. This is so close between Charlotte Levy and the Austrian rider Emilia Brandstatter here to try and put their team as close as possible to Germany at the moment. And again, just getting a very, very nice line, clean, quiet changes. And I wouldn't have said Victoria von Braunmühl's DSP first classes were much in front, but they just did have that little bit more lift, that little bit more power. So the judges are able to find, you know, a little bit more up in the sevens. But look at these, you know, 6.8, 6.9 are the averages we've seen. And Charlotte just goes a little bit more for the extended canter than some of the others we've seen. I hope she's rewarded for that. Just getting close into the boards there at the end. We just hear them rattle away. And a tiny bit of miscommunication coming into the final halt there. You see how the horse, you know, kind of halted and skidded behind before Charlotte just said, no, one stride more, please. But overall, yeah, it does look like she's going to stay in second place. She does, 67.333. I I mean, there's only 0.25% in it, a quarter of a percent between Belgium and Austria. And how important might that be when it comes to medals here later on in the championships? But Charlotte Levy and Junior Hitt are in second place at the moment as we go into our first judging break here in Le Mans. So going into the break, Trailblazer Victoria von Braunmühl is our leader on 70.576, the only junior rider scoring over 70% so far. Charlotte Levy and Junior Hitt sitting second, Emilia Brandstatter and Wiener third. Finnish team rider, Patricia Salminen, and then it is team rider for Spain, Alfonso Ruiz Velasco. Our individual rider, Olesia Volkovetska of the Ukraine and Mariam Gutskaya of Georgia, sitting 6th and 7th. It was not quite the day for Mariam, unfortunately, but you can see how our Ukrainian rider, Olesia Volkovetska, is right there in the mix, just a shade behind. But again, from the team riders, incredibly close there, from 65.0 up to 67.3 between the 5th and 2nd, and of course Victoria von Braunmühl, DSP first class, romping away with it so far on 70.576. Is that going to be the story of the junior team competition here, with Germany dominant? We shall see. We have to finish the first team rider rotation though, and we will rejoin the action here. Suzanne Barup and her team of judges will return for our next after the break, the Czech rider Vendula Farlikova, and a fortnight at 11:23 local time, so that is in about 21 minutes time from now. We hope you'll come back and join us then.
Et nous allons reprendre la compétition dans un instant, dans quelques instants, dans un quart de 3 pour l'instant. Eh bien, c'est pour l'Allemagne, la catégorie, cette épreuve de tout à l'heure dans le petit la danse, c'est 78,577. Bon, dans quelques instants, dans 2h23.
Otherwise it goes into the with the wind.
Et nous attendons le prochain tour à 11h23.
So welcome back to Le Mans, where our trailblazer, Victoria von Braunmühl and DSP First Class are our runaway leaders at the moment, having a nearly 3% advantage over their nearest contender and getting the German team off to a great start here as well. Of course, last year at Centaur, it was Germany, Denmark, the Netherlands for the team medals, and we have yet to see the riders for Denmark and the Netherlands to lead off the campaign. 13 different teams, and the Czech Republic here, Czechia with a team, and it is Fortnite and Vendula Farlikova who come down the center line to get us back underway here in Le Mans for the morning session of the 2 days riding the junior team test. So the test is written very nicely. It's very iterative. It sets them up nicely with that 10-meter circle, shoulder in, and then this movement, the half 10-meter circle to half pass, actually carries a double coefficient, and it does on both sides. It'll be repeated in a short while after the halt and rein back as well. Just manages to square up the halt, but it will cost them marks, as we were remarking earlier on how that movement takes them all the way from the turn at either side by the white boards for the single mark out of 10. Yeah, 67% has been their best in this particular test for juniors. Vendula competing in ponies last year. A nice pony called Bonaparte. Actually, just a really nice picture there of the extended walk. Perhaps just dropped the head maybe a little bit too far, but it was just very, very nice to there. Just taking the contact out and down and just showing for several steps. A really nice picture, a sort of a target picture for an extended walk. Gathering up into the collected walk now. It's getting ready for these half pirouettes at the walk. Yeah, and you just see the first couple of steps of the horse looking for the easy way out, just taking those long steps in front and not really balancing and gathering behind. And then Vendula steps in and asks the horse to really carry the weight, and it improves. But of course, you know, to be looking for 9s or 10s, it needs to be pretty much immaculate out of the box. And here's the repeat of that earlier sequence of movements. Yeah, nice little bit of lift and elevation there to that extended, and as we've been remarking, that's another place where the judges must give a separate mark for the transitions, so it should come up quite well on both of those metrics. That was a shame because we started off very, very positively with the flying changes. So just have the horse get a little bit tense and run through that one. Quieter again down the far end of the ring. Let's see if the final change sits nicely for them again. Clean, but again, you know, the drawback is the way the horse jumped in front. It's such a shame because, again, they just looked really positive on that final centre line. Very, very straight, very determined. It looked good. And unfortunately, just a little bit of a stumble down into the halt. So not as clean a transition to the halt at all. And you know, then ending up not in a square halt either. That's really helping carry the weight over all four legs and sticking the halt, you know, staying in it for an appreciable amount of time. So that's unfortunate because, you know, it is going to impact quite an important score down the centre line. Halt on Mobility Salute is its own score out of 10. And our judges now giving their general impression mark as well, which is another one of the double coefficients. As we said, the half 10-metre circle into half pass on each rein, the extended walk, they are doubled, and so too is that general impression mark. But also what's worth remarking on in the test is, as we've pointed out several times, where there are those separate transitions marks, that kind of doubles the mark for the extended canter or the extended trot. We've also got some cumulative marks for a big group of the collected walk, and we have the same in canter later on at movement 24. So that again kind of reinforces the importance of those paces. Vendula Falikova. It is going to be 62.310 for the first rider for the Czech team with us here in Le Mans. And there is a look at the scores across all of the judges. Suzanne Barup is our judge at C. Alban Tissot of France is our judge at B today. He is the president of the jury for the juniors, so he'll be in the hot seat for the freestyle on Sunday. Alice Schwab of Austria judges at M. Sven Gunther Rottenberger at E from the Netherlands, and Knut Dansberg of Germany is our judge at H. Timothée Viau and the 9-year-old Mira Bem are going to be the first for France. So the stallion, just 9 years old for Timothée Mirabem. So no surprise that Timothée has been the horse's one international rider. A win in individual competition at Jardy and also winning the freestyle at Jardy in mid-June. Also went to the Junior Nations Cup show at Leer at Ezelhof in Belgium back in May as well. Looked potentially like it was quite big, like again, you know, that the horse maybe was just being asked a little bit more than its balance and its musculature can deliver at the moment. But it could also have been out of the maybe the pace that Timothée adopted going into that 10-meter circle. Again, just trying to make sure that they show a difference here, not just letting the reins through the hand, but engaging the horse up to really step on in the longer frame. Perhaps a little bit quicker after the centre line than a lot of other riders. A lot of other riders have a tendency to go almost all the way to the boards. Now, the positioning of those is dealer's choice. And again, you just get this sense of that 10-meter circle being quite hard work for this horse. I'd be interested, we've got a 6.7 there on the vault. I'd be interested to see that shoulder in score because it looked, and again, sometimes it is just angle, and it's where our judges so experienced to looking in from the various different angles would have that sense, but it did look like it might have been just a little bit overproduced and therefore on 4 tracks rather than 3. I think he's just doing a nice job here. He's not riding for too big a change anywhere, and actually he's just delivering on his promise in a way. One more change to go. Yeah, very, very nice, quiet, clean. So the first to go for the home side then, Timothée Villot and Mirabem. Going to score 65.606. Now, interestingly, it was the team competition test that was the weakest for this pair in Jardy back in June. They scored 65.1, and that was good enough for third in that field. But they did come through then in the individual test, which again will be the second test for the juniors this week, running Friday, Saturday. They won that on 65, and they won the freestyle on 69 in Jardy. So definitely ones to watch. They are on the glide path that they produced in Jardy earlier on this year, scoring a 65 here in the team test. So our first to go now for Great Britain, a rider with a lot of experience here in Le Mans, actually, has previously been here for Pony Championships and actually took this, her junior horse, here to Le Mans this spring. They had an international here in February. Took third in the team competition test on 68% on that occasion, subsequently riding at the home internationals at the likes of Addington and also at Wellington in Hampshire back in June. Demi Howard Cartwright, Newton Astro Nascent. So 68.1, best score in this test for Newton Astro Nascent, and Demi Howard Cartwright would be a useful place to be. As I say, DSP First Class Victoria von Braunmühl pretty much replicating their best score of 70.5, although considerably less tests together than some of the other contenders. We're seeing Demi, one of the most perhaps well-blooded in the sport, with Newton Astro Nascent and Demi Howard Cartwright. And this is all very regular, you know, whether it's the trot, the circle, the shoulder in, the half circle, the half pass, this all looks very rhythmic, it all looks of a piece. The halt starts great, then you just have that little bit of anticipation from Newton Astro Nascent, comes back, she sits very, very quietly, does a great job. The horse squares up the halt, relaxes again, and then she asks for the rein back. So I think she's done her best to try and hold as many marks as possible. Demi just completing the extended walk. So making the preparation now and the thinking about these half pirouettes at the walk. And they have to be quite careful there about not picking up trot too quickly out of that second half pirouette. The trot is specified at G, which is the marker on the center line, and actually going back to that sort of cumulative walk mark, it covers the walk away from the pirouette up to G as well. So you could lose on accuracy and you could lose on, well, it's accuracy in both places really, but not delivering against two movements rather than just one. So it could become quite expensive. Yeah, rides the big transition, and you just saw that one moment of almost braking, and that goes back to, I mean, it should be, you know, it's a very powerful transition. She's really worked at it. Maybe then just that possible overboil in the extended trot, but they do want to reward those transitions, so that's why they're given that separate mark. See, what's nice for Demi here is the overall picture of the horse, the way of going that they've created between each other, that even sitting in and riding, you know, we talk about the quiet change, and we've seen it from a few horses, but when Demi and Newton Astra and Ascent produce the quiet change, it is still, it's very, very elegant. It's coming from a good pace, it's coming from a good frame, it's coming from a good outline, it's coming from a good overall picture. Let's just see how this last halt goes. As I say, he showed a very, very strong halt and then just came up out of it a tiny bit going into the halt and rein back, just leaving that one hind a little bit off square, unfortunately. Demi Howard Cartwright and Newton Astra and Ascent put in a very, very good start here for Great Britain. They are going to go into, by the looks of it, second position, but still that 70% start from Germany looking incredibly strong here in Le Mans. .68.697 for the first to go for Great Britain here in these championships, and that goes into second place, meaning our team 1, 2, 3 at the moment is Germany, Great Britain, Belgium. But of course, Denmark and the Netherlands were part of the team podium 12 months ago at the juniors, and we have yet to see their first rider each. And in fact, they are going to be the next two we see in this pre-lunch group here in Le Mans. So here comes our next contender from one of those defending medal-winning teams 12 months ago. It is Denmark, the Blue Horse Victor and Andrea Hammann Sand. So Danish rider went to the Pony Europeans at Stragon back in 2022, took this horse to the Junior Nordic Baltic Championships last year in Denmark. It is Andrea Hammann Sand and Blue Horse Victor. First junior championships for them, although Blue Horse Victor and Andrea were in the Nations Cup junior competition at Hagen back in June in Germany. Big frame and step and pace from this horse. But interesting how she does manage to keep the horse, even with that big step, in balance in the 10-meter circle, the 10-meter half circle. Nice. It's a shame not to see the horse really lift the feet in the rein back and do that more resistant and dragging steps, because it was a super halt. You can see that this horse is just aching to get up into piaffe passage work, probably doing lots of it at home, ready for Andrea's next step in her career. This will be her last year in juniors. And that big step comes into play again here in the extended walk, although I think the judges would just like to see the head and neck connection a little bit more out and down and a little bit steadier. Yeah, I think two very strong half pirouettes. Just looking at 6.9 score for the first one. The second one looked very positive as well. And again, you just see this horse has such lift in the trot, and it's incredible that with that big step in the trot, it can still look so in balance around that 10-meter circle. Yeah, this half pass is going to come very easy for the horse as well. Just creeping up, but again, we're not seeing anyone to quite challenge Victoria von Braunmühl, DSP first class. Demi Howard Cartwright, the latest in second on 68.9. Andrea Hammansand here very, very close. It could almost all come down now to this final extended canter. It's a little conservative, and almost from our angle it looked like it maybe just was lacking a tiny bit of straightness as well. Be fascinating to see the score, but it is, whatever happens, going to be very, very close. 68.5 with a 6.9 for the extended canter, the 6.9 for the transitions. It is going to be close, but I think, unfortunately, Andrea Hammansand and Blue Horse Victor are going to have to settle for third place honours at the moment, with Great Britain pipping them to second at this stage. But three more team riders to see before the end of this group. Oh, just done it, 68.7. Demi Howard Cartwright, 68.697. Andrea Hammansand, Blue Horse Victor, 68.758. So Denmark do take up second place. Denmark, of course, medalists 12 months ago as well. In the junior team competition, it was Germany, Denmark, the Netherlands, and our next contender forward is for that bronze medal winning team, the Netherlands. We'll see whether history is going to repeat here in Le Mans. So the first for the Dutch team here in Le Mans for 2025, Sophie van Rooij and Juan Tango. So here is a real challenge for our trailblazer Victoria von Braunmühl, with Sophie van Rooij bringing forward a personal best in excess of 70% with us here. We go back to autumn last year at Palebergen for that junior team score in excess of 70. Just recently, been down 68-69, the likes of Azelhoff and at Exlu. And again, we can point out that the halt wasn't square, and Sophie probably just as aware from on board as we are watching, but choosing not to niggle at the horse and try and square it up, knowing that everything she does in that moment all contributes to one single mark out of 10. There are, times when you pick your battles, I think. Big horse with a very, very high wither, so it just makes that extended walk look that little bit downhill. I think, the judges see the truth of it there with an average of 7. And you can see how the horse then is anticipating a little bit the lateral work required for that half pirouette. And again, having had that moment there, losing the balance, one of the early steps in the second one, the horse steps up and becomes very, very deliberate and ginger about the rest of the half pirouette, unfortunately. This is all set to remain very, very competitive and indeed potentially overtake Victoria von Braunmühl. A few more changes like that and this will be job done for the #1 rider for the Netherlands. And you just see the maintenance of the balance as well. I mean, there's no question that they've been doing tempi changes at home. This horse is more than capable. Half pass just comes here, takes the moment to straighten and prepare for this turn. Balances back at the end of a good extension as well. Sophie is going to go into the lead here, just holding the horse's balance there. I think just slightly looking maybe to just pop a change as she started to communicate about the halt. She sits up very quickly and balances that. Sophie van Rooij, a deserving leader here at the moment, and how valuable will that score be in the long run in these championships as well. Juan Tango, Sophie van Rooij, Let's get the score here across our judges. Suzanne Barup of Denmark, our president at sea. .576. It is exactly 1% better than Victoria von Braunmühl of Germany, the first to go for the defending champions. So 71.576 is the new line in the sand here in the junior team competition. And Sophie Van Rooij and Juan Tango taking up that individual leader position. And of course, translating that into a Dutch team lead at the moment in very early days of the team competition. So 3 more teams to show us their first rider. In this group, we're going to see Italy and Sweden. And when we go on later, we will also see the first team rider for Poland. Poland, our only team here with a team of 3, so all scores to count. But before we conclude the first rider rotation of our teams, it is going to be one more individual that we see. It's going to be Salome Bartz and El Romana Plus for Portugal, who will be joining us here in the Yellow Arena in Le Mans in just a few moments' time. So entering the arena now, Salome Bartz and El Romana Plus. Salome, one of the youngest riders in our field at 14, individual rider for Portugal. So for a rider, 14 years old coming through this is probably a rider who's not going to go through ponies. Maybe has previously ridden at the Children on Horses Championships and comes straight through to juniors. Interesting was at the ponies the last 2 years with Durano B for Portugal. But clearly now wanting to concentrate on this nice Ruben Cortez bred mare El Romana Plus. A junior horse formerly for Italy. Salome with the ride then just since the beginning of this year at the international level anyway, picking up a double of wins in Lisbon. And scoring pretty consistently 68% in this test, but this just hasn't got quite off to the start they were hoping for. You just saw that little bit of rhythm and balance, you know, actually just at the end of the first centre line turning and just holding the balance and the overall picture as well as they would like. For instance, in the 10-metre circle in trot early on in this test just didn't come together for them. It all just looked a little bit hurried and ragged. As I say, it's a shame. It was so nice to be able to say about several other riders who come forward was that they delivered the goods. They had delivered on their average score or towards their personal best score when they've come here to the championships. And unfortunately for Salome, it just hasn't come together for them today. But again, to put that in context, you know, nice to go out, home shows. So far, all of their competition has been in Portugal. And, you know, getting decent scores, 68%. But it's a very, very short partnership for the pair at the international level, as I say, only making their debut internationally in March of this year. But this is the first horse we've seen that has previous Grand Prix experience, having been to the Grand Prix level of the sport with João Castelao of Portugal. And actually Salome doing a very, very nice job of just sitting in, keeping mentally very focused and bringing the score back up, because this is a score that was down in 60% and it's now back up to 62, nearly 63. And actually, while the rank might not look too impressive, if the score could get back to very nearly 65, it would be right in the mix. So El Romana Plus just looking up and out through the bridle there at the final halt for Salome Bart's individual rider for Portugal at these championships. And I think you see some people already with their head and eyes clocked over towards the scoreboard, just waiting to see what's going to come through for this pair. Just falls back a little bit in the final analysis, 62.879. We're hoping it might have gone up to 64 rather than back down to 62. But that's where it is, unfortunately. El Romana Plus, of course, all of the riders we see here in the team will go forward to the individual competition as well, running over the course of Friday and Saturday here in Le Mans. And then the best 18 from that test going to the freestyle for the individual medals on Sunday. So the first major change to our leaderboard coming just moments ago with Sophie van Rooij and Juan Tango taking up the lead on 71.576. 70.576 from trailblazer Victoria von Braunmühl of Germany in DSP First Class. They now sit in second. And Danish rider Andrea Hammann-Sand, Blue Horse Victor, 68.758, sitting third. So the three nations that delivered team medals at the juniors last year are still in the mix for a 1-2-3. Not quite the same order as 2024 as things currently stand, but early days with three more riders to see for each of those nations. But before we conclude our morning session here in Le Mans, we have two teams yet to get their campaign underway, and that is going to be Italy and Sweden. Remember, Poland are our 13th team, and they are just a team of three, so we won't see their number one rider out until the afternoon session today. The Portuguese green giving way to the Italian blue, the Azzurro, ready for their contender to come forward and start the team challenge for Italy here in Le Mans. So to Italy, Mathilde Manzato, Mathilde and Fine Boy by Tannehof's Fahrenheit. Mathilde, another quite young rider in the group at just 15. Remember, you can be riding in ponies until you are 16. Again, some riders just choose to either stick with horses, having ridden children on horses, or to move into horses and get a couple of years experience at the juniors level. Fine Boy, we talked about young horses. This one's just 8 years old for the championships. Was children on horses championship horse at 7 last year for Mathilde, including just missing out on the podium in the individual, 4th position on a 77%. Going into juniors this year, of course, and that is correct because with the children on horses being the under 14s, rode the junior competition at the spring CDI at Aachen, including 9th in the freestyle. Actually scoring 68% a couple of times over in this team test, and they're sitting roughly there at the moment as well. So this could be a very, very positive start for Italy in terms of the team championships and for Mathilde herself. Again, the writing of this test is very interesting as well. Like we say, the evolution here, the 10-meter circle, the shoulder in, the half circle, the half pass, comes up quite nicely. The fact that you don't do it exactly back to back, you've got quite a lot of riding to do between the 2 times you show that, and the half circle to half pass part of that is its own separate movement and is doubled as well. Really smooth change, a few more of those, and you'd be looking very positive here, wouldn't you? To be quite deliberate about that change of direction as well, so they don't overbalance the horse into changing too early. Again, our camera's in a super spot for the change just in that area of the arena as well, coming into these half passes, but they did both look super. So the Children on Horses team medalist from 12 months ago, Mathilde Manzato and Fine Boy. Huge reaction there from the Italian supporters. I think we've had a little bit of quiet time from our supporters just over the last wee while. There's plenty here, as we said, with the juniors, the Children on Horses and the pony dressage, alongside the pony jumping and pony eventing European Championships as well. And Mathilde Manzato will go top 5 on 68, 242. And as we say, delivering on their promise. That was the score that they could hope for at their best. The only thing they could have done better was go beyond their best here today. So one more horse and rider pair to see before the long lunch break here in Le Mans in the yellow ring, where we're concentrating on the Junior European Dressage Championships. So any moment now, we should have our final horse and rider coming up the ramp. It is Uniskobe Rosen and Dartule VH by Dalchwini. So Juni Skoberosen and Dartula been together at the Children on Horses Championships at Pilishasfalau in 2022, and then at last year's Junior Championships. Scored over 70% last year in the team test at the championships. You can see how the ranking changes so quickly when you drop down below the 70%. However, third is still very positive here. You've got your leader on 71%, Sophie van Rooij of the Netherlands. You've got your second place rider on 70%, Victoria van Braunmühl. Just compressing the frame back up from that big walk. Again, maybe just a tiny bit more engagement behind for the biggest marks. Nice floating change of rein across the arena there. Juni Skoberosen and Dartula still sitting comfortably in that third position. What they'd love to do, though, is, if they have to be third, to do it on a score that starts with a 7. Just needs a couple of these movements to be getting 7.5s across the judges. Nice change. The change a little bit closer to the camera was, it just kind of broke the rhythm of the canter. It almost just put a pause in the rhythm and the pace. Nice again down there. Yeah, we're getting the 7.1. You know, we just need those average scores to be a little better than 7.0, and I would just bring the whole thing up. And a nice final halt there, and plenty of support for Uniskobe Rosen and Dartula VH. Just over 70% now with the transition score coming in. There's the halt score to come. There's the general impression score. Might just have done it. It is third place, and it is 70%. 70.030 for Uniskobe Rosen and Dartula VH here to bring us up to the break in Le Mans in the Junior European Championships. We have seen some changes to the leaderboard. Our trailblazer Victoria von Braunmühl and DSP First Class, the first down the centre line, the first to score over 70%, and long-time leaders were pipped in this group by Dutch rider, my apologies, Sophie van Rooij and Juan Tango. We'll have a look at the overall results here in just a moment and remind ourselves of the standings also in the team competition. Planning your afternoon, it is 2:30 local time, so that is European time here in Le Mans, so 1 hour in front of the UK and Ireland. And it's going to be Julie Sophie Schmitz-Heinen and Attractive who start the second rider rotation for Germany. And we'll see whether they can move back into the driving seat of the team competition. So it is Netherlands, Germany, Sweden, the top three at the moment. Tracking, of course, the individual scores here in Le Mans, where our individual leader is Sophie van Rooij and Juan Tango. Behind Sophie, Victoria von Braunmühl, DSP First Class, 70.576, so 1 clear percent between those two, and then close in behind Uniskobe Rosen and Dartula. Denmark, Great Britain, Italy, Belgium, Austria, Finland, all team riders then in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. And as you can see, though, the margin all very close. 5% there, less than, in fact, 3% covering 4th through 9th, with quite a big jump then from 68.7 for Andrea Harmon-Sand and Blue Horse Victor in 4th, up to our 3 potential podium finishers at the moment, all in excess of 70%. Say for the moment, the team championships will track those scores exactly. So it will be Netherlands, Germany, Sweden, Denmark, Great Britain, Italy, Belgium, Austria, Finland, holding the top 9 places in the team standings as well. 13 teams in all. We've seen 12 teams start their campaign. Poland will start their campaign this afternoon. It's a 3-member team. We'll see them as part of our group later on, and we hope you'll come back and join us from 2:30 local time onwards for the FEI Junior European Dressage Championships.
European Championship for Arena. The Phoenix will begin the first test of this week, the preliminary competition heat for the 6 competitors of the championships dans quelques instants. On va donc le premier partant et cette première journée seront 18 à s'élancer. 18 à s'élancer donc devant nous cet après-midi. On commencera dans quelques instants avec l'analyse des joueurs de la Turquie. Les cavaliers seront jugés. The riders will be judged by Yannick Van Twist, president of the Grand Jury. Let's see. Teletrach, Margozata Hamiska from Poland. Judge Sandrine Tribon for France. Judge also Thomas Kessler for Germany. And Judge Eva Maria with Washington from Estonie. Mesdames et messieurs, excellent championnat de dressage chez Jeanne. Nous allons accueillir tout de suite la première cavalière, les couleurs de la Turquie portées par Asia Yiğit, associée à ce combo qualité Elsie. Let's begin with Turkey for the first rider, Asia Yiğit and Elsie. première reprise de ce championnat d'Europe children de dressage. That was on the ladies riding Helsinki from 30 years. Nous allons accueillir la République tchèque sur la piste blanche. Deuxième cavalière à se présenter à ce Sky Friday and Love, Yasmina Valiakiova. Next go, the second rider from Czech Republic, Yasmina Valiakiova and Friday on Love. Mecklenburg getting of 10 years old by first look balance by Bulgari of my area. Mr. Boda. La cavalière se présente debout, le cavalière tchèque qui sort le deuxième championnat d'Europe junior après celui de Belgium, avec un dernier résultat quatrième, la dernière Coupe des Nations children. Bienvenue donc à la République tchèque, Yasmina Valiakiova et Friday on Love. the final salute from Yasmina Vassianova on Friday on Love from Czech Republic. That was the second rider. The judges mark for Asia Yildiz and Helsinki from Turkey. The technical mark is 65.893 and quality marks 78.750. Total score of 72.322 from Asia Yildiz and Helsinki. That's the results from Yasmina Vassianova and Friday on Love from Czech Republic. Technical average of 70% and quality average of 78%. An average total of 74%, and that's the first day so far. Et donc vous l'avez compris, entendu, les résultats pour Yasmina Vassianova et Friday on Love. République tchèque avec une note technique à 70%, une note de qualité à 78%, une note finale, une moyenne finale de 74% devant la cavalière Club Asia Yildiz et Helsinki avec 65 893 de note technique et 78 750 de note technique pour une moyenne finale de 72 322. Vêtu, voici venir les couleurs des Pays-Bas sur la carrière blanche. Les couleurs des Pays-Bas portées par Bo Leijten et Gentle van Winterstein 5. Une jument KWPN de Winterstein, une cavalière qui a remporté plusieurs épreuves de CDI Children cette année, beaucoup de podiums, que ce soit en individuel ou en équipe. Third to go from the Netherlands, Bo Leijten, Gentle van Winterstein, the fifth. Croatian and gentleman Liechtenstein, fifth for the Netherlands. Voici pour la troisième routine donc de cette première épreuve préliminaire, donc c'est le championnat chinois de dressage avec Croatian et gentleman Liechtenstein 5 pour l'équipe. Seconds, the judges mark for bowling Belgium von Liechtenstein hier. Et bien donc les résultats pour la cavalière. Avec les vestes oranges des cavaliers d'État pour cette veste blanche quatrième à se présenter. Bienvenue à Claude, associé à sa jument à Novrienne, une à Bella Rosa, Belsimone et avec Rose à Hohenstein. Celebrator for the Netherlands. Welcome, Claude and Bella Rosa from the Netherlands. Bella Rosa is 20-year-old male, honored by Bellissimo and an idol rose by Hohenstein.
Et nous allons reprendre dans quelques instants la compétition en ce qui concerne le championnat junior. Pour l'instant, eh bien, ce sont les Pays-Bas qui sont venus représenter avec Sophie Van Roy, qui tient la tête dans cette épreuve avec One Tango Way, avec une 71 576 victoires, 1% de mieux que la cavalière allemande Victoria von Braunbühl, la PSP First Class, 70 576. Le suspense va se poursuivre puisque nous allons avec numéro 16 dans un instant. Il n'est pas qui va nous emmener jusqu'à fin d'après-midi, jusqu'à 18h, pour les derniers numéros donc, de cette épreuve Junior Team Competition
Hello, welcome back to Le Mans, where we are midway through day one of the 2 days of dressage for the team test for the FEI Dressage European Championships for juniors, the under-18 level of the sport. The competition currently being led by our #1 rider for the Dutch team, Sophie van Rooij and Juan Tango on 71.576, and all three of our individual leaders scoring just over 70%. In second place, Victoria van Braunmühl and DSP First Class, 70.576, and sitting third was our last to go before the break, Swedish rider Juni Skober-Rosen on 70.030. So thus far the team scores track those initial scores, but that will all start to change now as we go into the second team rider rotation for our 13 teams here at the juniors at Le Mans. Our grand jury of Suzanne Barup, Knut Nansberg, Sven Gunther Rottenberger, Alice Schwab and Alban Tissot. Alban is the president of the grand jury for the weekend here at the juniors, will be at sea for the individual final. Suzanne Barup, our president for the team test 2 days, judging at sea today and tomorrow. So Germany had the first draw. They had a very long-time leader in the shape of Victoria van Braunmühl and DSP First Class, first down the centre line this morning. And we get underway after lunch here with Julie Sophie Schmitz, Heinen and Attractive.
A technical average of 74.167. And a quality average of 91.
So this team test for the juniors starts off with this run of 10-meter circle, shoulder in, half 10-meter circle, back to half pass. It's divided up into two movements, and the half circle to half pass is a doubled coefficient. They will write the mirror image, but a good bit later on we go through the whole walk tour before we get back to that. Very interesting here to see the Germans with such a young horse on their team, 8-year-old Attractive. But Julie Sophie getting onto the German selectors' radar with a good performance right in the mix in all three tests in the juniors this year at the Nations Cup show at Hagen in Germany. And the expectation, the way the team management would have laid out the teams is probably with the idea that the scores would get better and better. And that certainly is coming through at the moment, in that by sitting second, Julie Sophie is just in front of her teammate Victoria van Braunmühl. Julie Sophie appearances previously at the Pony European Championships 21 and 22. She took part also here in Le Mans in the Pony Championships in 2023 as well. It's a busy program for the championships this year, just with the format that was used last year as well, where the Pony Championships, which have traditionally always included the eventing and show jumping, have now welcomed forward the children on horses and the juniors. This was just as ran out last year at Centaur. I think it's a function of where we're watching from. A lot of those shoulder ins there have looked really like they're probably overdeveloped and delivering on 4 tracks. just bringing the horse back from the extended trot. The transitions at the beginning and end of that extended trot are given a separate mark. Really, really smooth, active upward transition to canter. Probably one of the best upward transitions we've seen. The horse jumps a little bit through that change. You could almost imagine there being a pole on the ground there. You just see now, watching the head and neck and overall outline for it to stay up rather than basculing kind of over an imaginary point on the ground, which was somewhat what happened in the first change. Just this final change to go before setting up for the half pass. Inevitably, as is always the case, we've seen horses that have actually ridden Grand Prix before now, right the way down to this young 8-year-old horse that probably won't have done too much in the development towards the Grand Prix movements like tempi changes, but the flying changes there, very secure, very good, and actually delivering against the technical demands of this test very, very successfully. Potentially Germany might have hoped that they would go out in front once again, but certainly the progression within the team seems to be on the right track, with Victoria von Braunmühl going to have to settle now down into third place, having been overtaken by the number 2 for Germany, Julie Sophie Schmitz-Heinen here, and Attractive. We'll get their full score across our 5 judges in just a moment. And there we go, 70 very comfortably on 71 second on 71.333. And that is very, very close to the leader. 71.576 is what leads at the moment for the Netherlands. Remember last year it was Germany, Denmark, the Netherlands were the medalists at these championships in that order. With Germany taking 2 of the individual medals as well. A little bit tough. We have everyone who rides the team test will also ride the individual test across Friday and Saturday here at Le Mans, and the best 18 from that individual test will go forward to the individual freestyle final on Sunday. But just like right the way through to the Olympic level, it is a maximum of 3 per national federation. So for some of the very strong teams, Germany, Denmark, Netherlands, Sweden, that might see them lose out one of their riders from contention for the individual medals. We take ourselves by the draw back to Spain for Andrea Lozano Cadenas and Roland. 65% from the Spanish trailblazer earlier on this morning, Alfonso Ruiz Velasco and De Yacare. It is the first junior championships for this pair. Andrea also riding the horse at the children on horses level of the sport. over the last little while. 65-66 has been about their pace in this particular test. We have the team test, the individual test, and then the freestyle for the juniors. That makes up their championship program. It's a very, very healthy look for dressage juniors that, you know, 61 competitors individually, 13 teams. It's quite a nice rein back overall because the horse stepped, you know, maybe moved a little bit more towards diagonal pairs in that stepping, but, you know, not showing a lot of resistance or ducking through the back. And holding the head and neck outline very, very still as well. It was attractive in the hold and stayed pretty much there through the rein back, which again is a nice factor to have at your fingertips.
From the Czech Republic, the fifth rider. Preliminary competition.
It just looked a little bit bright there for a second as they picked up the trot transition. And actually, Andrea doing a nice job there, just trying to steady the horse because they want the balance and the rhythm for that 10-meter circle. Yeah, that looks really accurate as well when you consider where the center line is, half 10-meter circle and transitioning into the half pass. And again, just a function of where we're looking from, that might have looked a little bit too direct. It could have maybe said be held a little bit more straight through the body, but actually I think what we'll see from the judges is that it wasn't too bad. Remember, when you see their number 14, movement 14, half pass 6.2, it's doubled, and it's not just the half pass, it's also the half 10-meter circle that comes into play for the judges to put together that mark.
Voici à nouveau les couleurs de la Turquie sur cette piste blanche, portée par Jan Woltenberg, Bilek and Peebles. Le jument belge par Portugal et Czech Republic. Turkey next to go. Number 6, Jan Woltenberg, Bilek and Peebles.
It's unfortunately just looking like they're going to maybe come in a little bit short of Trailblazer Alfonso Ruiz Velasco's score here. After that first team rider rotation, Spain were sitting in 11th. And whilst they're not necessarily going to move the needle up, they've got two very similar scores there, so they're building quite a solid platform in terms of team scoring. It's all very dynamic. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out across the full 2 days. 64.697 is the final score then for Andrea Lozana Cardenas. That is provisional at the moment. It is based on the direct digital input from our judges. But we haven't seen, I think, any changes when the paper sheets are come in and fully reconciled at the end. So our stewards, our volunteer scribes, doing a super job out there for these championships. And of course, this is just one of 3 dressage championships here this weekend. We also have the children on horses and the pony dressage championships running alongside the pony eventing and the pony jumping Europeans.
Et voici maintenant l'Autriche qui nous rejoint, représentée par Terni VT, montée par Sabrina Brotzner,
So here comes our second team rider for Austria, Sabrina Brotzner and Bernini VMT. So Sabrina and Bernini VMT. Wiener and Emilia Brandstatter for Austria brought them right in the mix with a 67% earlier on. So we'll see whether Austria now can move that on a little bit here with their number 2 rider. It's all so close. Austria were sitting 9th after the first rider rotation, but again, 67 to 69 covered a lot of ground between the team's number 1 riders. Yeah, just ended up a little bit closed down in that halt. Just took a few seconds then. Sabrina did a nice job just letting the horse settle out into its halt. So then it was in a better frame of body to produce the rein back. Unfortunately, there's some resistance shown in the rein back. I think overall we're probably going to be looking at a moderately disappointing mark for that whole movement. has scored, as you'll have seen on the first graphic, as high as 69% in this test.
Et donc sur la piste blanche, championnat d'Europe de ski.
Actually won the individual test at Gossendorf. Interestingly, in the weekend, it's in it with the major European Vaulting Championships on as well in Stadelpaude in Austria. Sabrina is a vaulter. Has been an individual female and squad vaulter. Contesting quite a few internationals last year and back to 23, 22. Quite nicely done there. You can see Sabrina just worked on the hands, just helping the horse stay in balance during that second. It's interesting, just the rein-back score only just there now, but 5.7 is where the judges have landed on average. It's quite nice. That was just a look of real jolly 10-meter circle. The horse was just enjoying, feeling very comfortable in his rhythm. And as a pair getting to show themselves off quite nicely.
Range of 73, 756. And that's the fourth place so far.
Yeah, quite nice also for Sabrina in just her first international year of dressage to make the team. And for some smaller countries, you might say, oh my, goodness, making the team, there might only be 3 or 4 or 5 riders in the country eligible for the juniors with a horse good enough. But it's not just that. A lot of countries, of course, participation is wonderful. The experience of a championship is wonderful. But financially, a lot of countries do say, look, we've got to look at, sending people who are going to be competitive. Their scores are already good enough, and the experience they get from the championships can move them on to the next level. And Austria, as a decent dressage nation, I'm sure will be one of those ones who like to say that, if you're selected for the championship, it's because you've got the quality to be competitive. So that's why I do think it's a real achievement for Sabrina to be selected and to be here in Le Mans in her first year riding internationally. And again, don't discount that championship part of this as well. As we said, it's fantastic to have all these supporters nearby, but sometimes there's extra people around you who you're not used to. You're riding in your team, your nation's coat and colours for the first time in your life, and that can all just become something that the riders have to learn to deal with mentally. And the feeling also that you might, be sort of letting yourself, not only yourself and your own team, your groom, your owners, your parents, down a wee bit, but it's your country too. And I think Sabrina, has done what's quite a nice job there. Whether she did get inside her head, but what she certainly did then was she kind of took a breath at one stage in that test and really just locked in and just started riding back for all the points. And she's moved herself back up to a 65. For sure, on paper, she's going to be disappointed that she couldn't deliver the 68, 69 that form might have said she could deliver for the Austrian team. But on 65, sit tight, on 65, she is, still in a good place, could be useful for the team going on through the rest of the team competition.
So we are offline here.
just catching up with one or two of the scores, or we might have just lost our scoring link for Sabrina Brotzner. We're looking at 65.250 provisional score, but we will get overall here in just a moment and be able to look at that and see in due course its impact also on the Austrian team score. For sure, Austria are going to continue to play with the 67.0 scored earlier on by Wiener and Emilia Brandstatter. So here we go. Actually 65.667 for Sabrina Brotzner and Bernini VMT once we have all scores to hand, and sitting 11th as an individual. So to Finland, and Finland off to a good start with a 65, a high 65 actually, 65.7 from Jaya Patricia Salminen earlier on, and Veron Feliz. Second rider for Finland is going to be Sovi Ruvali and Fabian, a 10-year-old by Fustenbol. And again, you see from that best score of 68.1, an opportunity here to make a little bit of a mark on this competition, because we still only have those 3 scores, 4 now, of course, with our second German rider, over 70%. So the Nordic Baltic Championships this year hosting youth levels as well. This pair went to the Nordic Baltics at the junior level in Apaya in Finland. A little bit of a mixed bag for them as well, because they have ridden the team test twice. 64 and 68 have been their scores. So today is a day that you want to be channeling more of the day you got 68. Again, second year internationally for this horse and rider pair. This is their first championship appearance.
A technical average of 68.452, the quality average of 78.750, the score average of 73.601, and that's the 5th place so far. Jacket de corridor pour la carrière espagnole, Martina Rigo, associé à vendredi.
Just as you look at the quality of the walk there, I mean, the horse was very much anticipating, as Sovi was just taking in the contact a little bit and building up the collection. The quality of the walk into it degraded. And that is one of the reasons why the writers of this test have that walk as part of a compendium mark for walk. We have the same sort of idea of a compendium mark for areas of the canter later on as well, because they really do want to isolate and reward where riders have been able to, one, be very accurate, and two, produce the correct quality of a pace consistently from marker to marker.
Et on se retrouve donc dans un tout petit peu plus de 20 minutes. À tout de suite.
A little bit underwhelming perhaps for what the judges would like to see down that long side in terms of extension, where they have a mark to give for the extension and also for the transitions. But it's a very, very attractive canter from this horse. Just 10 years old. Maybe a little bit quick off the mark there from the halt to be offered a 10, but a nice halt. A lot of positives in that test for Sophie Rivali and Fabian there for Finland. And let's see what it means for the Finnish challenge. Already with a 65.7 for Jaya Patricia Salminen, as we mentioned earlier on. And that is right in the mix. There's a huge group of nations right there, you know, 65, 66% number one rider. We've seen it followed up, you know, Spain with two very similar scores from their first two. And a 66.091. Top 10 individually at this stage for Sophie Rivali and Fabian. And it's going to move Finland up for the moment because we count positively, we count the scores in dressage, and we'll really understand the competition when we do see the next British, Danish, Dutch and Swedish score coming up towards the end of the day. So the major change so far really has been Juli Sophie Schmitz-Heinen of Germany going onto the podium in second place on 71.33, giving us just our fourth score over 70% so far here in the juniors. So before the break, we're going to see the second team rider for Belgium and Czechia here. Belgium with a strong start as well, 67.3 from the number one rider Charlotte Levy and Junior Hit just before the break this morning. And it's Sumatra and Anna Peters. Anna Peters, Sumatra AH, the second to go here for Belgium. Anna with quite a bit of championship experience. The ponies, Stregom and here in Le Mans, have been a team bronze at ponies and rode at the juniors last year in Centaur as well for Belgium. And that was with another horse, Harlequin. Sumatra has been her horse throughout this 2025 season and scoring in the junior team test, 71 on one occasion, 65 on another. As I say, for quite a lot of these competitors, you know, there isn't a huge amount of form. Certainly at the international level, I'm sure a lot of them riding a lot of junior division and maybe even senior divisions at home national shows as well to help their participation and their selection. But when we look at it and we look at, you know, those two team test outings for this pair, you know, it's quite a tough range. Again, just showing a really nice balanced and rhythm to their trot work there as they come out of the trot half circle and into the shoulder in. And again, it's nice to look at those sort of four exercises, the 10-meter circle, shoulder in, half 10-meter circle, half pass, and see them all stay in the one good, correct rhythm. Such a big trot, it was difficult for them to really execute a very, very clean and through canter transition. So you kind of got that sort of jump in the air rather than a jump forward. these changes looking very, very secure, very good. We haven't had too many have big problems with their changes, and as I say, you know, for a lot of these guys, you know, this is the easiest level. Even the younger horses are very, very secure and comfortable in their single changes because they're already exercising at home and building up to sequences of changes, 2s or 3s, and of course ultimately up to those single tempi changes that are part of the Grand Prix exercises. So Anna Peters and Sumatra AH hoping to post that very good score, not to drift too far off, 69% here for Belgium. And as I say, when you go back to their form, it could have gone one of one ways. It could have been mid-60s or high 60s, and as it came together for her today, it was high 60s, 69.818 and 5th position. And as we say, that is right there because we have those 4 scores over 70. Anna Peters is the next best, and that is going to be a very, very useful score for Belgium. So one more to see before the final judging break of the day. And that is going to be our second team rider for the Czech Republic, for Czechia, Barbara Krejcirova and Serrano. Vendula Fajfurlkova on 62.3 as the number 1 for the Czech Republic earlier on with Fortnite. So this pair will hope to be getting a 65 plus here to bring the Czech team back right into the mix here in Le Mans in the Junior Europeans. Interesting horse. This horse has been 3 times an under-25 European Championships horse for Portugal before Barbara took up the ride. Rode at the Europeans last year, scoring a 65% in this test, but scoring 68% their last time out at home in the Czech Republic at Brno. One of the older horses in our group as well at 17. Serrano's just got the eye on something there. It might just be that, you know, the Halton Rainback is never quite secure for this pair and always going to be that little bit resistant, but certainly looked like he maybe just took in something in his environment. So now this will be sort of the proof in the pudding, whether he just has a little bit of a worry about his Rainback, or whether he's going to be looking again for that same spot around the ring as Barbara just pushes across the centre line here and chooses her spot and her moment for the first of the half pirouettes at the walk. And again, just because that was smooth doesn't mean he wasn't with his eye very clearly on something, but Barbara, knowing it was coming this time, probably also rode very, very positively and just tried to close down all the doors. You get that sense as well sometimes, you know, where a rider does feel they've got to batten down the hatches, close the doors, where they can't ride as free and as big and as expressive as they might be able to do in a perfect world. Yeah, and the little bit of extension across the long diagonal there, I think, just helped set them up for a nice final little bit of trot, nice bit of swing and relaxation to it. And it's sort of a nice place physically and mentally to be going into the canter work. You just see her setting the horse up for that first stride or two. You know, that's not the worst thing. It's nice to get it right, but it would be lovely to just ride it very comfortably out of your rhythm. And again, the helpful nature of the way the test is written there is that you really are swinging the horse's body from side to side down in those two changes that come then up into the half passes, whereas the other two are very much on the straight line, and the straightness will be a big part of the judging there. So they are more difficult, those middle two changes.
Welcome back in the first day of the European Championship Europe. Deuxième partie donc de cette première première cette canadienne qui est présentée. Donc both racing gentle final.
So looking like they're going to end up midfield on about a 65, maybe a 66% there. Barbara Krejcirova and Serrano, the second to go for the Czech Republic in our FEI Dressage European Championships for juniors here in Le Mans. Score through, just cracked 66%, 66.030 for Barbara and Serrano. So it means that so far the Czechs sit 6th of the 6 teams we have seen post a second score. But very early days, so we'll really understand what it all looks like after the conclusion of today's sport, with the full second rider rotation to hand. And we're going to rejoin the action here at 3:44 local time in France. So 1 hour ahead of the UK and Ireland, when we will see competitors from France, Great Britain, Poland, Denmark, the Netherlands, Italy and Sweden to wrap up that second rider rotation and wrap up day 1 of judging here in the junior team competition, and set sail then for, and set us fair for tomorrow. 10 a.m. start tomorrow, when we will see the second half of the draw, including several more individual riders and the third and fourth rider for each of the teams. So Sophie van Rooij is still our leader, with Julie Sophie Schmitz-Heinen, second rider for Germany, in second. Victoria van Braumel, the very first down the centre line today, still holding on for third, and Juni Skobe-Rosen with our only other plus 70% score. Anna Peters and Sumatra putting themselves into a very positive 5th position. Andrea Hammond-Sand, Demi Howard-Cartwright and Mathilde Manzato, all from this morning. Charlotte Blevy from this morning as well, the number 1 rider for Belgium. So Belgium there with 2 very, very positive scores so far. We'll probably see Charlotte move down a little bit as we go into the afternoon, in the late afternoon. As I say, 3:44 next horse and rider, and we're going to see some important tests from the likes of Great Britain, Denmark, the Netherlands and Sweden to continue to round out and tell the story of our team competition here at the FEI European Dressage Championships for Juniors in Le Mans.
Exactly, I wrote it in, but I is Croatia and Kita Djikovic versus Sarah Kay. Et voilà donc pour cette reprise présentée par Rita Djikovic et Alex Sarakay, les joueurs de la Croatie. Donc, l'Italie qui va nous rejoindre sur la piste blanche. Finlande, je vous rappelle. Ces deux premiers jours ici au Mans dans ce championnat children sont consacrés aux reprises préliminaires. Le programme de vendredi et de samedi et lui dédié aux tests par équipe et enfin les tests individuels dimanche sur cette même piste blanche dans ce championnat d'Europe de dressage children. Mark for Gita Djikovic and Alex Sarakay for Croatia. An average technical of 68 to 14, quality average of 77 to 50, an average of 72, 732.